His Excellency Armando G. Alvarez, Ambassador of Mexico to Indonesia. His Excellency Pak Taesang, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Indonesia. His Excellency Hari Prabowo, Director of Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our deepest appreciation goes to those who present with us here today. The Honorable Rector of IIU, Professor Dr. Komarudin Hidayat, lecturers and researchers of Civitas Academica of IIU, students from University of Indonesia, students from State Islamic University of Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, and all participants. Welcome to the MIKTA, Mexico, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Turkey, and Australia panel on food security. Tuesday, 24th May 2022. I am Elsa Dianita Aulia. Kindly allow me to lead today's event. Before we step into the main event, I, on behalf of IIU, would like to congratulate Turkey for being elected chairman of MIKTA programs this year. And for making this event jointly possible in our campus. Under Turkey leadership, MIKTA panel today's highlight food security as one of the most concerning global issues. It takes a wide range of narratives, realities, and challenges experienced by not within countries of MIKTA, but also beyond. This panel is expected to bring measurable and accurate targeted policies to tackle the existing economic, social, and environmental problems that affected a global food security. The panel today will be divided into two sessions. Session 1, Food Security and MIKTA Vision, with ambassadors from MIKTA countries and the representative from Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs as speaker. Followed with after Session 2, Enhancing Cooperation and Building Resilience on Food Security for the Future, which will be discussed by experts from MIKTA countries. Within the session, I will lead you in the adventure of numerous tasty foods from each MIKTA countries, along with fascinating taste of cultural performance after the last session. So hang in with me and keep yourself joyful. Before we proceed, we would like to invite our distinguished Bapak Febrian Alfianto Rudiat, Director General for Multilateral Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to deliver his virtual welcoming remarks. Time is his.
And the Turkish Embassy team. Good afternoon, selamat siang. Excellencies, distinguished participants, fellow students, good afternoon, selamat siang, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of this event held at the International Islamic University of Indonesia, UIII. Thank you for the great work and initiative of Her Excellency Professor Dr. Askin Hasan and the Turkish Embassy team, as well as the UII that make this Turkish MIKTA chairmanship-led event successful. The topic of today's event is indeed timely. It is unfortunate that even before the pandemic, level of food insecurity continues to grow due to various factors such as socio-economic conditions and climate change. According to FAO, between 720 and 811 million people in the world faced hunger in 2020. This grim situation is made worse by the escalating global conflicts, most recently in Ukraine. Not only political upheaval, but also bring devastating impacts on the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it added more complication to the existing challenges of the global effort of achieving the goal of Sustainable Development Goals number 2, zero hunger, which are already off track. Amidst this situation, poor and developing countries certainly will suffer the most. Impacts of the conflict will also likely to remain for the foreseeable future. On this very opportunity, I wish to share Indonesia's views and position in view of the growing challenges in the food security sector. In this regard, we believe that the complexities of the problem we face will require global and innovative solutions. Aside from working through bilateral regional mechanisms, Indonesia has also played active roles at the multilateral level in order to reduce the impact of the current food crisis. As the G20 presidency, Indonesia leads G20 members to promote cooperation in tackling global challenges, including ongoing disruption of production and supply of food commodities. Furthermore, we are also recently joining Champions Group of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance. The UN Secretary General has specially invited President Joko Widodo to work together with other selected, respected heads of state and government to address devastating impacts of the current crisis. At the same time, international cooperation to tackle the growing challenges of global food security is certainly a prerequisite. To this end, there are several key concrete steps that we need to take. First, we need to strengthen coordination for global policy response. A global coordinated policy response is needed to address the immediate humanitarian crisis. Need to use all existing and relevant multilateral mechanisms to deliver more concrete impacts on the ground and provide support for people in vulnerable situations. Second, coordinating policy response should also aim at building stronger trust in international food markets to ensure food availability and accessibility. More transparency in agriculture market information is necessary to prevent deterioration and volatility of price in the food market. Third, effective mobilization of resources from international community and multi-stakeholder partnership are needed to build more resilient and sustainable food system. This will include provisions of additional financial resources and building capacities, especially for small-scale farmers. Excellencies and distinguished participants, we believe MIKTA as one of the crucial platforms for strengthening cooperation among like-minded countries will be able to contribute to common efforts aimed at reducing global hunger. Thus, with the involvement of students of UIII, IPB, and UI, and notable experts from MIKTA countries, I am confident that today's event will further amplify MIKTA's role and concrete efforts in supporting multilateral strategies and activities in the field of food security. I wish you all a great and fruitful discussion ahead, and I thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the distinguished Bapak Febrian Alfianto Rudiard. It is unfortunate that he can't be with us today, but his speech resonates well with our agenda here and now. Next, we would like to invite the Honorable Rector of IIIU, Professor Dr. Komarudin Hidayat, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Professor, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Her Excellency Professor Dr. Askan Hasan, Ambassador of Turkey to Indonesia. Her Excellency Mrs. Penny Williams, Australian Ambassador to Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Armando Alvarez, Ambassador of Mexico to Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Pak Tae-sung, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Indonesia. Mr. Hari Prabowo, Director of Development, Economic and Environment Affairs, Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning for everyone. I would like to welcome you all to our campus. I also would like to particularly thank to Her Excellency Prof. Dr. Askan Hasan, my dear colleagues, for choosing us as a partner in organizing the event today. As Turkey is chairing MIKTA this year, we are glad that the Turkish embassy approached us to think about having this seminar to discuss matters related to the pressing global problems, such as food security, of which IIIU is keen to engage in such global discourse. Global agenda have in the past required the involvement of great powers more than any other powers in order to succeed. Any global order could not come up and to be sustainable without participation of the great powers. The Westphalian order of the 17th century the post-Napoleonic order of the 19th century, interwar order of the 1920s, and the post-World War II order after the 1990s, all show the importance of great powers in shaping the world order. However, the advent of a complex interdependence era accompanying the increasing prosperity of the post-war period brought about the new situation requiring active involvement of any members of the international community, be it great, middle, and small powers. Even the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that it cannot be solved by any one country alone. Interlinkage and blurs boundaries between issues, along with the rise of multiple forms of power, all lead to the fact that the sole reliance on the great powers in managing the global issues is untenable. Not to mention that because of the global reach and capability, great powers have a higher probability of conflictual relationship among them. Thus, while they are part of the solution to the global problems, they are also part of the global problem itself. The cracks in the relationship among great power more recently, for example, the war in Ukraine is just one example, sends a clear signal to the world that the middle power must show up and take on the greater responsibility to foster cooperation as much as possible. This is very important given that middle powers have sufficient global capability that can undergird these brittle cooperative efforts. Again, I would like to reemphasize, this is very important given that middle powers have sufficient global capability that can undergird these brittle cooperative efforts. The willingness of MIKTA, that is a grouping of Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, to take some cooperative initiative is more important than ever. MIKTA represents democratic spirits of the middle powers in tackling global challenges. Representing a variety of cultures, socioeconomic, structure, and geography, well, I would like to repeat again. The willingness of MIKTA is a grouping of Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia to take some cooperative initiative is more important than ever. MIKTA represents democratic spirit of the middle powers and tackling global challenges. Representing a variety of cultures, socio-economic structure, and geography, these countries bring together the unique experiences dealing with global issues. With the collective economic power of almost 7% of the world GDP, they are an important source of economic capacity required to address global challenges. One of today's pressing issues is the dangers of food shortages due to the combined natural and unnatural causes. The war between Russia and Ukraine disrupt the food global supply chain already disturbed due to the pandemic and uncertain climate. The Economist has recently released a quite extensive report on this food security challenge. We are, as the Economist reports, facing food catastrophe where hundreds of millions of people are on the brink of famine. This is because the warring parties are among the great suppliers of food to the world market. The economists predict that if the war drags on and food supplies from Russia and Ukraine are stopped, hundreds of millions will be plunged into poverty. This food crisis will easily lead to political crisis and even endanger global peace and security. Therefore, the initiative taken by MIKTA countries to address this issue come on time. Despite the geographical distance from the battlefield, except Turkey, it's quite close. MIKTA countries sooner or later will be impacted by what is going on in Eastern Europe. It is important that MIKTA countries, as a prominent grouping of middle powers, takes part earlier to devise the solution to this food security issue before the real crisis engulfs the world. On this occasion, I also immensely appreciate the ever-growing academic network of MIKTA. It seems so active. The involvement of academic community in any discussion of important issues is very important, not only because they represent the voice of enlightened citizens, but also because we do not want the academic community they stay on the ivory tower. So we should involve to address those global issues. The academic community must get involved in lively and productive discussion on policy issues in order to better equip policymakers with more creative, enlightened solutions to global problems. In this regard, IIIU intends to be part of the solution to various problems that we together face today. We are also mandated by the Indonesian government to be part of the international academic community. We started small last year by providing scholarship to students coming from different parts of the world. Our current students, about hundreds, some come from 20 countries, mostly developing countries. When we opened application last year, we offered 1,000 applicants, we offer 100 scholarship, and we received over 1,000 applicants from 59 countries responded to our call. We just started our admission call for the upcoming 2022 and 2023 academic year. We plan to provide about 200 master and 100 PhD students. As such, soon we hope that IIIU will have truly international academic environment in Indonesia, and we will become a platform through which global problem can be discussed through multiple points of view, which I believe exactly what we need today, so that the future world should not be only decided by the views of great power, but we have to make sure that we take into account the views of citizens of the world coming from middle and small powers. Finally, I wish you all a productive discussion today. Also, let enjoy traditional dishes brought by the 5 MIKTA countries. Again, I hope that you will enjoy visiting this. It is not the first you visit to this university, and welcome you, and I take you as our big family, so don't hesitate. Anytime you wish, just come free to this university. Thank you very much. And allow me to formally open this seminar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Hidayat for the speech that built a bridge of optimism toward the beautiful prospect of the programs today. We can now lay out the first panel. I would like to invite Dr. Philip Vermonte, the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, IIIU, to chair the session.
Thank you, Elsa. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of this seminar organized by the Indonesian International Islamic University in collaboration with the Turkish Embassy in Jakarta. We are going to have 5 distinguished speakers representing countries of MIKTA. First, we will have Her Excellency Professor Askin Askan of the Turkish Ambassador in Jakarta. Also, Her Excellency Penny Williams, the Australian Ambassador to Indonesia in Jakarta. His Excellency Armando Alvarez, the Ambassador of Mexico to Indonesia in Jakarta. His Excellency Park Tae-sung, Ambassador of South Korea, the Republic of South Korea to Indonesia in Jakarta. And Mr. Hari Prabowo, Director of Development, Economics and Environmental Affairs of our Foreign Ministry. People said about MIKTA is a grouping of middle power, as Pak Rector earlier said, but some cast doubt about the existence of these middle power groupings. Among some of the doubts is that it covers too much diverse geographical distances. But somehow, as our rector earlier said, that MIKTA is glued by shared interests and also shared cultural and a belief that the world should be governed also by middle powers. And I'm glad that we are here today with more than 20 countries representatives, including our students, as mentioned by Professor Komarudin Hidayat in his welcoming remark. And I think culture matters. And that's why Ambassador Askin's initiative to have long table for dishes from 5 countries would actually represent our shared culture. I earlier had a conversation with Ambassador of Mexico, His Excellency Alvarez. I went to a Mexican elementary school in Jakarta, but now they changed the name. So it's called back then Escuela República de México. So I know some Mexican dance. And I still remember Mexican national anthem because every September 16th, on the Independence Day of Mexico, we all gathered together with the people from the Mexican embassy in Jakarta. So now I'm gonna ask first Her Excellency Professor Askin Hasan, the ambassador of Turkey. She's very close to academic life because she has a degree in education, and he studied in the US as well. He was a rector of a university in Turkey, and he's also currently a member of the board of trustees of Turkey's Ma'arif Foundation, which is a large foundation in Turkey with the aim of promoting international cooperation. Her Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear ambassadors, dear Director General for Multilateral Affairs, His Excellency Tri Taryat, dear Rector Kamaruddin Hidayat, dear deans, academicians, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, and media and distinguished guests. Good morning and welcome to MIKTA panel on food security. Being here today and sharing this morning with you, it's really, truly an honor for all of us. I would like to extend special thanks to Rector Kamaruddin Hidayat and his great team for making this event possible. I would like to thank also our ambassadors of MIKTA, Ambassador of Mexico, Armando Alvarez, Ambassador of South Korea, Park Ta-sung, Ambassador of Australia, Penny Williams, and Director of Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs, His Excellency Hari Prabhu. Thank you, dear Rector. And today we had also MIKTA Garden. We have a tree here and we are very happy. Tri Makasi for all your support for our event. So thank you very much. So as Professor Philip explained about my CV, you know, half of me still academician, the half of me diplomat, but I am mostly on the academician side. So even I brought my presentation with me, so I can remember that, you know, feeling. And I am really happy to also address in this university. So we are the MIKTA countries, MIKTA, M-I-K-T-N-A. MIKTA is a diverse and cross-regional grouping of powers that brings together Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. And Turkey has assumed MIKTA chairmanship on 7/2022. This year, Turkey is the chair. Last year, Australia was the chair, and before that, Korea. So we are trying to building up all the success. There are 7 permanent cooperation areas of MIKTA, 7. One of them, energy governance, counter-terrorism, peacekeeping, trade and economy, gender equality, good governance and democracy, and sustainable development. So those are 7 permanent areas. But today, this year, Turkey also proposed 3 more topics. One of them, global health. The second one, effective migration and management. And third one is the food security. Today, we will spot a light on food security because we believe that food insecurity is a very big problem and should be taken in a very, very serious way. So I would like to thank again and again Universitas Islam International Indonesia for facilitating this panel and supporting MIKTA's ability to achieve tangible results by increasing awareness about the food security. So university has excellent graduate education, great work, great development, great staff. Thank you, Professor Kamaruddin Hidayat. I always say that if you can find me in my office, in Embassy, I am here. This is like my second office. Thank you very much. So you all know this chart, sustainable development goals. So one of the goals, you will see there, first, no poverty, the second one, zero hunger. So all the countries of UN countries has promised that we will end hunger by the year 2030. So all the governments, MIKTA and plus all the UN countries, and organizations also, we are working towards achieving this goal. But with the adoption of this 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the international community has committed to ending hunger, food insecurity, and all forms of malnutrition. But there is still a long way. Still, we are not successful enough, unfortunately, to reach this sustainable development target, which is food insecurity and malnutrition. So that is continue to threaten millions and millions of people in the world. So even before pandemic 19, the world was not on track to end world hunger and malnutrition in all its forms by 2030. So according to analysis by WHO and FAO, under the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, up to 161 million more people were facing hunger in 2020 than in 2019. So you see there is an increase every year by millions. The numbers are very, very, very important. New figures estimate that between 720 and 811 million people around the world faced hunger in 2020. The prevalence of undernourishment has reached 9.9%. Around 660 million people may still face hunger in 2030, in part because of the lasting effects of COVID-19 pandemic on global food security. And we have another problem. More than half of the world's undernourished are found in Asia, and 200 additional 1/3 reside in Africa. Globally, 2.37 billion people did not have access to enough food in 2020, which is a great number, very big number. Globally, it is an increase of nearly 320 million people in 1 year. So in 1 year, we have this increase, which is very big number. So globally, malnutrition in all its forms also remains a challenge. In 2020, 149.2 million children under age 5 are affected by stunting. 6.7% suffered from wasting. The actual figures are expected to be higher due to effects of the COVID-19. And we have another problem. 38.9 children under age 5 are overweight. 3 billion people cannot afford healthy diets because of the cost increase. In this environment, food systems transformation aimed at bolstering food security and nutrition are more important than ever before. So there are major drives such as conflict, such as war. They are negatively affecting food security and nutrition. And around 60% of world's hunger people are living in conflict zones. Every new conflict pushes a people into a new wave of hunger. In particular, Russia and Ukraine war that we are experiencing right now. Russia aggression poses significant challenge as both countries are major global food suppliers. Together, Russia and Ukraine, together, they provide 19% of barley and 14% of wheat supply of the world. Most of the least developed countries in Africa import at least a third of their wheat from Ukraine or Russia. So decrease in their ability to produce and export will directly impact global food security. And we need international collaboration to ensure that this war doesn't worsen the hunger crisis. This is another reason why we should end this war, and this is another reason why we should work for a peaceful resolution. Turkey has historically been the top first responder in natural disasters and humanitarian crises, providing assistance to those in need, and the global food security situation is no different. We are host to the highest number of refugees and continue to be one of the largest humanitarian donors globally, spending billions of dollars in aid annually. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we have extended our helping hand to the people in Ukraine through our in-kind assistance. We are also in close coordination with the relevant international bodies like WFP and FAO. Turkey is also actively taking part in the relevant international initiatives. Minister of Foreign Affairs Mevlut Çavuşoğlu attended the Global Food Security Call to Action ministerial meeting on 18 May at the UN, and they announced comprehensive package of measures to address the ongoing crisis. We have announced that Turkey will implement 6-point packages to support global food security. One of them bolstering development policies in conflict-affected areas, the other one scaling up food systems, climate resilience, strengthening resilience for the most vulnerable, adapting value chain to lower the cost of the nutritious food, tackling poverty and structural inequalities, promoting dietary patterns that support good health and the environment. So those are 6 very, very important steps, pathways that each country should take it into very serious way. Turkey also will co-chair another dialogue food security crisis. Within MIKTA, we will continue to highlight the issue throughout the year on various occasions. So there will be also in Bali, in the margin of G20 ministerial meeting, and this topic also will be taken into very serious way will be put on the discussion table, because we are of the view that MIKTA countries, here you see 5 of the representatives of MIKTA, Mexico, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia, we can contribute to international effort to tackle with the pressing issues of this kind, eradicating this problem, insecurity, because we say, all of us, we say that famine is no place or excuse in 21st century. It is a big shame if that can happen. MIKTA countries are ready, we are ready and willing to act and enforce roadmap for global food security. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Rector Hidayat, Kamaruddin Hidayat, and his great team. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ambassador Askin. And thanks for highlighting the 6 pathways that the Turkish government is now trying to devise. That from the slide, we could see the interconnection between 3 things: climate, health, and environment, that will affect eventually our food security. Now, our second speaker will be Her Excellency Ambassador Penny Williams of Australia. She is a senior career officer with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia, and she was High Commissioner to Malaysia. And I think this is a very important point, that she is Australia's first female ambassador to Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Thank you very much, Rector Professor Kamaruddin Hidayat, for your remarks and for this morning's wonderful welcome to this incredible university. It really has been remarkable being able to walk around the grounds and see what a wonderful institution it is. I'd also like to thank my dear MIKTA ambassadorial colleagues, particularly Her Excellency Professor Ambassador Askin, for her wonderful initiative in bringing us all together today. Thank you so much. Also to my colleague, His Excellency Ambassador Alvarez from Mexico, and His Excellency Ambassador Park from Korea, and to our good friend Hari Bowo from the Indonesian Foreign Ministry. And thank you also to Dr. Philip Zermont for chairing this session. As I said, I'm very glad to be at such a highly regarded university and speaking, along with my ambassadorial colleagues, to all of you as students, teachers, and researchers. We at the Australian Embassy are very proud of our connections with this university. Not only are so many of your professors Australian alumni, we were involved in the initial stages of the university. So it's such an honour for me to be able to come out and actually visit the campus for the first time. Education is absolutely vital to the relationship between Australia and Indonesia. It's the foundation of supporting the flow of people, but importantly, the flow of ideas between our 2 countries. And today is about the flow of ideas, sharing different perspectives about how we see a crucial issue for all of us. In the field of higher education, I was so pleased to be able to attend the Monash University campus opening just a few weeks ago. And there's lots of other Australian institutions that are looking for more collaboration with Indonesian institutions. And I'm also pleased that as the pandemic eases, that students and researchers are able to travel again between the 2 countries, which expands those opportunities to share ideas. But this morning is a great opportunity to share ideas about the importance of food security, both in our own countries, but also across the world. And I think that you've heard already that the starting point is that food security is a very complex challenge. It's something that we in Australia have been grappling with for a long time. And that challenge has been made more complex by Australia's vulnerability to droughts, floods, and fires. More recently, what we've experienced through the pandemic, the impact that COVID-19 has had on food supply chains and availability. And these experiences highlight why food security is so important. Let's take it back to the basics. Primarily, food security means people get enough nutritious food to eat, something that's particularly important in the first years of a child's life, to set them up to be healthy, productive, and happy over the course of their life. It's also the foundation for public health more broadly, and in turn, those things create economic stability and growth. And it makes sure people can feed their families and contribute fully to their communities and to their countries. So sometimes when we're talking about food security, we can also talk about food and nutritional security. As I said, it's a complex policy challenge for governments around the world. It's at the centre of a whole range of different and sometimes competing policy issues. That's important, sometimes competing policy issues, sometimes things that look like they're contradictory. So we need productive and sustainable agriculture and food sectors to grow and produce food. We also need open and thriving trading systems, bilaterally, regionally, and globally. We need well-managed supply chains, transportation systems, and markets. And what we've learned more recently is we need to be able to respond to shocks like natural disasters, conflict, climate change, and disease outbreaks in humans and animals. So, to get this right, we need to have productive agricultural sectors that can produce nutritious staple foods for people. A really good example of this is Indonesia's domestic rice production. It's important for the economy, but more importantly, for both its nutrition and cultural value. So we all know how important nasi is on the Indonesian table. But I want to make an important point. We also need to trade freely in food to make sure that we can weather shocks and ensure true national, regional, and global food security at all times. Because sometimes when we talk about food security, we only see it from a national perspective, and we don't see it in terms of the integration of the global economy. And if you don't mind, Ambassador, I'll use Turkey and Australia as an example. So in Australia, we export fruit, nuts, and vegetables to Turkey. We import fruit, nuts, and vegetables from Turkey. So this is because different foods are produced in both countries at different seasons. And in Australia, we supplement our domestic supply with food produced in Turkey, most notably those beautiful dried apricots. It also protects us both from poor harvests or the impact of natural disasters or climate impact in our respective countries. Australia has been very proud to partner with Indonesia on ensuring food security here in this country in a number of ways. Through our rural development program known as PRISMA, we work with the government, but also with farmers and businesses to improve smallholder farmer productivity and incomes, making sure that food is available and farming is a sustainable way to earn money. We also work with your Vice President's office through our social protection program known as MIKTA to make sure people have access to effective social safety nets when they need them. An example during the pandemic has been assisting to make sure that smallholder farmers have access to seeds and fertiliser that they needed to keep farming. We also support civil society organisations to improve nutrition for women, girls and babies. And since this program started in 2018, it has helped 161,000 women, girls and babies to avoid anemia. I also wanted to mention a really important organisation that is fundamental to our work together, and that's the Australian Council for International Agricultural Research. And I'm so pleased that the head of that organisation, Professor Andrew Campbell, who is a very distinguished academic and public policy practitioner, is joining your panel this afternoon. They work with researchers across Indonesia, but particularly in Aceh, NTB, NTT, and Central Sulawesi, with the objective of ensuring food and nutritional security in achieving self-sufficiency in key commodities, and also in developing policy to support export of commodities. See those two things once again together. So to finish, I would like to thank you again for the opportunity this morning to have an exchange of ideas on behalf of both my MIKTA colleagues and everyone else here at Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia to discuss an issue that's so important to each of us individually, in our families, in our communities, in our countries, in our regions and across the globe. I look forward to the rest of the discussion and hope we can identify new ideas and opportunities to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Williams, and thank you for highlighting the possible role of Australia, that Australia has a lot to offer in terms of views because Australia's own vulnerability on food supply, given the drought and other geographical challenges that Australia is naturally facing. And Australia in Indonesia has been known as the largest provider of development assistance. And I think Indonesia and also this university, as you highlighted in your remark, enjoyed the help from the Australians in the beginning of the formation of this university. Thank you very much. Now, I turn into our third speaker, Ambassador Alvarez from Mexico. He holds a degree in international relations. This should make our students happy. And also he holds a degree in Masters of International Relations. And if I may, Ambassador, it seems to me, reading your CVs, you are the only one in the room who served or has experience living in all MIKTA countries, because he served as an ambassador to Australia, and also he served in South Korea, now in Indonesia. The floor is yours.
And next in Turkey.
In Turkey, right. You are our hero now.
I'm a MIKTA person. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Selamat siang, everyone. Well, I appreciate the kind invitation of the prestigious Universitas Islam International Indonesia, headed by Rector Komarudin Hidayat, to participate in this panel organized jointly with the Turkish presidency of the MIKTA Group of Nations. I salute my fellow ambassadors and colleagues from KEMLU and experts from Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Australia, and Mexico, as well as moderator Dr. Philip Bermond and the students of the Indonesian International Islamic University, Bogor Agricultural University, and University of Indonesia. I brought one presentation. Can we put my presentation on the screen, please? Who is controlling the presentations? Okay, now we have the presentation on the screen. Allow me first to offer, next please, next slide. Allow me first to offer a definition of the subject we are discussing. Next slide, please. Food security, according with the FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, food security can be defined as a situation when all people have at all times physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their daily energy needs and food preferences to lead an active and healthy life. So that is the subject that we are discussing. Okay, next please, next slide. Now let me begin with a brief overview of the Mexican agricultural sector. Well, like Indonesia, Mexico is a mega diverse country. There are 17 countries that have been named mega diverse countries. Indonesia and Mexico are two of them. Mexico, like Indonesia, also has favorable climate, large territory, and produces a vast variety of crops. Mexico is the first producer of vegetables in Latin America and second producer of fruits. Mexico's economy is based mainly in industry and services. More, as you can see in the screen, more than 90% of the Mexican GDP comes from industry or services. Agriculture represents only a small portion of the Mexican GDP, only 3% of Mexico GDP. However, agriculture occupies or employs 13% of the total workforce of Mexico. The agricultural value production of Mexico is nearly $34 billion US, and the harvested crop area is nearly 20 million hectares. Mexico is the 7th largest exporter of agri-foods products in the world. Mexico has a network, like Indonesia also, a network of 12 FTAs, free trade agreements, with 46 countries that include North America, the European Union, Latin American countries, and countries in Asia Pacific, with a market of almost 1.5 billion people. Mexico's agricultural products reach 192 countries. Mexico, for instance, is the main worldwide exporter of beer, tomato, chili peppers, red fruits, avocado, tequila. That's not halal, but anyway, we export tequila, among others. More than 40 halal companies in Mexico export more than 60 products to Islamic countries. On the other hand, corn is the main imported product to Mexico, along with other cereals. Mexico has achieved a high level of food health, safety, and quality, and it ranks second in food security in Latin America, according to the Global Food Security Index. Next, please. Now let's see briefly about Mexico's food security policy. Like Indonesia, Mexico is a developing country. A sector of the population still lives in poverty, especially in rural areas. That is why food security is a vital issue of Mexico's sustainable development agenda. It seeks to eradicate poverty and hunger and achieve sustainability and resilience. Our policy is committed with the nation's community and global environment. Also, Mexico's National Development Plan seeks to reduce food dependence. In 2019, a new institution, Segalmex, which means Mexico's Food Security Agency, was created to favor productivity and distribution. In this policy, producers and laborers in the agriculture are put at the center of the food system, and productive inclusion policies are linked to economic sustainability, social protection policies, and addresses the most vulnerable sectors like women and youth. Mexico has put in practice a series of programs to advance the food production. In particular, 7 programs deserve to be mentioned. One of them, next please. One of them is Production for Welfare, that provides direct support for producers, fertilizers for well-being, that facilitate availability of chemical and organic fertilizers, warranty prices, that warranty the prices of the crops to the small and medium producers, agro-food, health and safety that combats pests and diseases in agriculture, social supply of milk that provides, this product provides milk for fortified milk with a high nutritional value for all the population, rural supply that improves food security of population in marginal areas, in remote and marginal areas, and promotion of agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and aquaculture that gives incentive to those sectors. Those programs reflect the shift towards the most vulnerable sectors of society, seeking to address the issue of food security from a more comprehensive perspective. Next, please. Now, international cooperation. Mexico cooperates especially with, of course, with their neighbors, with the southern neighbors, but also cooperates with the rest of the world in this matter regarding food security. To the south, well, Mexico cooperates with its southern neighbors to achieve food security. In some regions of Central America, the food situation is alarming. This has led to hunger and forced emigration. That is why the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation, MIKTA, along with FAO, has established the Mesoamerica without hunger program. Mesoamerica means Middle America. It goes from mid-Mexico to the Central American Isthmus. It seeks social and human development and discourage forced emigration. It has a political and strategic relevance and is a priority in Mexico's foreign policy. One of the main achievements of this program is growing appropriation and scaling in the participating countries. The countries in the region have strengthened public policies in favor of food and nutrition security, as well as family and community farming. Transfer of knowledge and good practices have allowed to address issues like water resource management, particularly in Central American dry corridor. Next, please. Well, as it has been mentioned before, as the Lady Ambassador from Turkey mentioned, the world is facing a global food crisis. During the last years, a food security crisis has occurred. It is the result of conflicts, economic crisis, and adverse climate events. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has only worsened this crisis. According to the World Food Security Report 2021, 3 billion persons have no access to healthy diet. 22% of children under 5 are stunted due to lack of adequate nutrition. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has only increased the crisis since, as it has been said before, Ukraine and Russia are two major exporters of grains, cereals, and inputs for nitrogenous, potassium, phosphate fertilizers, and others. If this conflict persists or proliferates, a global food catastrophe may occur. Next, please. Therefore, global cooperation is needed. To overcome the food crisis, it is necessary consensual global structural changes and shared responsibility of all countries, with a global vision developed on the scientific basis. It is necessary to strengthening cooperation, sharing experiences, and joining actions to fulfill the 2030 Agenda, Zero Hunger, Food and Nutritional Security for All. Innovation must be oriented towards producing more and better without forgetting the living conditions of food producers. The voice and participation of governments and all actors in the production chains are essential. It is also necessary an open, fair, predictable, transparent, and non-discriminatory multilateral trading system to contribute to food and nutrition security. Next, please. Next slide, please. Well, as a conclusion, I can say that Mexico is working internally, regionally, and globally to address the food security challenge. Internally, through the implementation of national programs and the incorporation of the Segalmex, Mexico's agricultural policy is based on 3 pillars. Number 1 is productive efficiency. Number 2 is ecological sustainability. And number 3 is social inclusion. Regionally, Mexico cooperates with Central American nations in the frame of the Mesoamerica Without Hunger program. And globally, Mexico has paid attention to multilateral actions to eradicate hunger and strengthen food security and sustainable agriculture, working along with the UN entities like FAO, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the World Food Programme. Mexico also works hand in hand with Indonesia, Australia, Turkey, and Korea in the frame of MIKTA, currently presided by Turkey, and in the frame of the G20, currently presided by Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Alvarez, and thank you for highlighting the importance of linking national food security policy with regional and global platform and cooperation to tackle the issue of food security. Now, our fourth speaker, Ambassador Park Tae-sung of South Korea. He holds a degree in economics and policies from Seoul National University and Oregon State University in the US. He's been posted to many countries, including Malaysia, and also he has a lot of experience in the Korean Foreign Ministry as Director General of International Trade. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Phillips Borman, for giving me this floor. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Dr. Komarudin Hidayat, Rector of International Islamic University of Indonesia. And I would like to express my appreciation to Her Excellency Dr. Askin Asan, Turkish Ambassador, to organize this wonderful MIKTA event together with International Islamic University of Indonesia. It's a very beautiful and brand new campus. Thank you very much. And my special thanks also go to my colleagues, Pak Hari Prabowo, and other colleagues in Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and my MIKTA member ambassadors, Penny and Arthur. Thank you. And other staffs who helped a lot to make this event successful. I would like to thank all of you guests to be here, and I would like to say very good morning. Selamat pagi. Today's topic, global food security, on which we are discussing here, is one of the most urgent and essential issues in international community. Korea is no exception, as the Korean people are struggling with soaring food price hikes due to the COVID-19 pandemics and geopolitical situation in Ukraine. I'm very delighted to share the Korean case on food security with such distinguished guests and audience for today's discussion. Slide, okay. Look at the slide. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, Korea is the 10th largest economy in the world in terms of GDP. Our international trade volume is ranked as global top 8 as of last year. On the other hand, our population is 52 million, only 1/5 of the Indonesian population. The land is much smaller, only 1/19 of Indonesia land area. There seems to be no problem with the issue of global food security. The world is, however, globally interconnected, and no countries can escape from the interconnection and interdependence among countries, regardless of rich countries or poor countries. Especially 60% of Korea's land is mountain area, which means that it is not favorable for large-scale agriculture. For this region, Korea is very vulnerable to disruption of global food supply chain. Ensuring reliable and stable supply of food has been one of the most important agendas in Korea. Next. In 2020, Korean people consumed grain of 110.7 billion US dollars. We imported 80% of total consumption of grain, recording seventh largest importer in the world. 40 years ago, rice was the most important grain for Korean people to consume. As our economy has grown up into an advanced economy, consumption patterns and tastes our input have changed rapidly as well. Rice consumption has continued to decrease while wheat consumption steadily increased. Nowadays, wheat has emerged as the second most important grain in Korea. To ensure food security in Korea, Korean government has taken various policies within yielding endeavors for a long time. Investment in increasing productivity and technology development in agriculture sector, restructuring and innovation in local distribution channels, operating stable stock holding of essential foods and price support for rice and so on. Finally, we have achieved self-sufficiency of rice since 1975. In terms of food security in Korea, however, the weakest point is wheat. Having said that, wheat has emerged as a second major grain in Korea food consumption. With economic development of Korea, the most vulnerable thing is that we Koreans now depend on almost 100% of imported wheat. For this reason, it is very essential to ensure stable supply of wheat from overseas. In this point of view, recent disruption of global food security due to COVID-19 pandemic and Ukraine war are causing negative consequences for the world economy, including Korean economy. Especially, Ukraine war is seriously worsening stability in food, global food supply chains with soaring prices and expanding export restrictions on grain. We are now suffering from inflation and sluggish growth globally. Unfortunately, for humanitarian point of view, those in need with hunger and malnutrition are getting increased in the world. So we must step up our concerted cooperation and solidarity to end such tragedy and to restore resilience in global food security. In this regard, I'm so glad to international organizations such UN, FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and WFP, World Food Program, are strengthening their activities. Also, G7, G20, and other international regional forums, such as our MIKTA forum, are also actively engaging ensuring food security. So I wish such efforts can get paid back in the near future. Once again, it is my great honor to share views on this most important agenda with my colleagues, ambassadors, and prominent professors and excellent students of International Islamic University of Indonesia. Thank you. Terima kasih. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Ambassador Park. Now, last surely not the least, we are happy to present Bapak Hari Prabowo of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has a long experience. He's a senior diplomat with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He served as a coordinator of UN Security Council Task Force with the Directorate of International Security and Disarmament. And now I think Pak Hari Prabowo know very much that what we are facing today is what we call the so-called non-traditional security issue, which is food security, linked with traditional security issue that happened in Ukraine, that is war. Floor is yours, Pak Hari Prabowo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Philip, moderator. Yang kami hormati Bapak Komarudin Hidayat, Rektor Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia, Excellencies, Ambassador Askin Asan, Ambassador Penny Williams, Ambassador Armando Alvarez, Ambassador Park Tae-sung. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Allow me to to share my view about Indonesia's food security diplomacy. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So as earlier today, Ambassador Asan has introduced us to SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So we understand very much that food security is central to the UN 2030 agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. And in this regard, even before the pandemic, unfortunately, attainment on SDG 2 on food security has been off track, and the COVID-19 pandemic has made the situation even more complex. The World Bank reported that around 71 to 100 million people fell into extreme poverty, and about 400 million people lost their job because of the pandemic, and this, of course, has created significant impacts to food security and nutrition around the world, and threatened the attainment of SDG 1 and 2. Now, FAO predicted that the number of undernourished people, estimated at nearly 690 million around the world, could increase by up to 132 million due to the impact of the pandemic on global food security. Next slide. Now, the good news is, prior to the pandemic, Indonesia's food security index was improving year by year. Data from Global Food Security Index states that Indonesia's overall food security status has increased significantly from ranking 71 in 2016 to 65 only in 4 years out of 113 countries. And Global Hunger Index also shows that Indonesia continues to improve. Now, as you understand, Indonesia has made economic progress as well as important progress in improving food security and access to nutrition. However, one thing that we need to bear in mind, and this is a challenge that we need to address, that while the access to food continues to increase, while malnutrition continues to decline, but the overall nutritional status of the Indonesian people is still relatively low by international standard. And this leads to some problems such as stunting, for instance. Next. Now, in securing food security, of course, the main lead agency domestically is the Ministry of Agriculture. and they have introduced the food security movement with 4 pillars or 4 methods to achieve food security, namely on increasing production capacity, on local food diversification, strengthening food reserve, and improving logistics system, and developing modern agriculture or smart farming technology. So basically on production capacity, on diversification, on reserve and logistic, and modernizing the agriculture. While internationally, the Indonesian government has been actively participating in various international forums to encourage cooperation in maintaining availability and distribution in achieving global food security. Now, some of our major areas of interest are transparency as well as fair and predictable international regulation in the multilateral trading system to ensure equitable distribution of income in agricultural value chains. Also, of course, we are very concerned, lots of emphasis is given to small-scale farmers. Indonesia, we have millions of small-scale farmers, and their welfare and livelihood, of course, is our immediate attention. As well as being a developing country, we also underline the need for support for developing countries in overcoming challenges to increase production and marketing of agriculture commodities. Next. Now, also part of our international diplomacy in securing food security is within the framework of FAO, where we are engaged actively in the FAO Committee on World Food Security. And including in this effort is the ongoing discussion between Indonesia and FAO to conclude a memorandum of understanding on South-South cooperation in agriculture between the Indonesian Ministry of Agriculture and the FAO. We also participated in the Global UN Food System Summit last year, which aims to achieve global food and nutrition security, as well as strengthen mobilization and commitment to accelerate progress in achieving SDGs. And following up to that meeting, Indonesia has submitted what we call a strategic national pathway that is directed towards a nutritious, inclusive, equitable, sustainable, and resilient food system. And in the context of the WTO, Indonesia also plays an active role in securing Indonesia's interest in food security, particularly related to trade in agriculture commodities, including efforts to overcome tariff and non-tariff barriers. So in the WTO, our interests are twofold. One is, of course, food production and distribution, but second is to inject development dimension into WTO deliberations, especially the welfare of the smallholder farmers. Next. Now, another important development, very recent development that I also need to share with you is the role of our president, President Joko Widodo, as one of the champions for Global Crisis Response Group. Now, in response of the impacts of the war in Ukraine in food, energy, and financial crisis, the UN Secretary General has announced the formation of a Global Crisis Response Group, which is an interagency UN coordination meeting with relevant international institutions that aim to solidify and expedite actions to assist the world in addressing the triple crisis: food, energy, and finance deriving from the war in Ukraine. Now, to instill policy direction, strategic policy direction into the work of the Global Crisis Response Group, or GCRG, the UN Secretary General then asked the assistance of 6 heads of states to be champions of the GCRG. So the leaders of Senegal, Denmark, Germany, Barbados, Bangladesh, and Indonesia now have been appointed as champions of the GCRG. Senegal representing the African Union, Denmark representing its achievement in energy transition, Germany representing G7 countries, Barbados representing small island developing states, Bangladesh representing least developed countries, while Indonesia in its capacity as president of the G20. One of the main tasks of the GCRG is to facilitate global decision-making and consensus on action steps, key requests to avoid, mitigate, and respond to the impact of the food, energy, and financial crisis. The first brief report of the GCRG has been published last month. The second brief report will be published next week. And one of the outcomes is the expected UN Secretary General package deal on food security. Next. Now, allow me to also share a little bit about our Indonesia's G20 presidency, because of course the issue of food security is also discussed in Indonesia's G20 presidency. Now, as you understand, G20 is a very complex structure. It involves the finance track, it involves the Sherpa track. The Sherpa track consists of many sectoral cooperation, agriculture, development, employment, foreign affairs, health, tourism, and so on. And food security also becomes the attention of some of the work streams. Next, please. Now, at the very least, discussion related to food security is discussed in the agriculture working group, whose main theme is balancing production and trade to fulfill food for all. This working group is addressing 3 priority issues on resilient and sustainable agriculture and food system, on open, fair, and predictable and transparent food trade, and innovative agripreneurship. So pretty much in line with the 4 pillars of Indonesia's food security development that I mentioned before. Food security is also discussed in the development working group on recovery and resilience to withstand future crises, innovative financing instrument, global commitment to multilateralism, and SDGs achievement. However, these are the 2 main work streams, but however, the issue of food security is also discussed in various other work streams, including the finance track, including by the foreign ministers and other G20 work streams. Next. What synergy can MIKTA pursue in cooperation with other international forums? In our opinion, there are a number of synergies that can be pursued. Firstly, is to amplify the importance of the issue of food security, and also the need to overcome the impact of geopolitical crisis, which obviously requires swift and concrete actions on the ground. Secondly, is the urgency to stop the root cause of the current food, energy, and financial challenges, namely, the war must stop, as our president has been repeatedly calling for. Pandemic must continue to be addressed so that the world can continue to focus their attention to SDGs attainment. And then lastly, the need for global partnership to create enabling environment for recovery so that we can all recover together, recover stronger. I believe this concludes my presentation. Next slide. Yes, this concludes my presentation. And please follow our Instagram account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hari Prabowo, for highlighting Indonesia's policies on food security and how Indonesia using the G20 chairmanship to also advance the issue of food security. Now, if I may, before I open the floor for 1 or 2 questions only, if I may highlight at least 7 points that have been raised by all of our ambassadors and distinguished speakers. Number 1, Ambassador Ahsan highlighted the very dire situation that the world is facing today. Millions and millions of people are in hunger, and even before the pandemic and before the war. now we are facing new challenges. Second, Ambassador Penny Williams highlighted the fact that our national and international community needs to establish ability to respond to shocks, that is natural disasters related to climate change that will affect our food security. And if I may add, Ambassador, man-made disaster, that is war and conflicts that are also highlighted by Ambassador of Mexico, that food security can be caused by conflicts and war. Number three, I think Ambassador of Mexico or maybe Ambassador Williams highlighted the fact that Australia exported foods to Turkey, but at the same time also imported food from Turkey, highlighting the fact that different foods produced and harvested in different seasons. That's why international cooperation is very much needed. And now with the war in Ukraine that holds the production about 10% of the whole global wheat production, winter is coming. This is not the quote from the movie, but winter is really coming that will affect the harvesting time and eventually will affect the availability of supplies of food for many parts of the world. And that, I think, a very serious issue that we need to anticipate. Number four, ambassadors highlighted the needs for national governments to link its national food security policy with regional and global multilateral platform. And I think we cannot highlight it more of these needs because I think this is a global problem that is not faced only by one country. So that's why multilateralism is very important. And it's also because we agreed upon the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals agenda of zero hunger by 2030. Of course, this goal is highlighted by the pandemic and also by the war, and maybe we need to adjust our goals, or even if we still want to achieve that goals, we need to foster and faster our international cooperation. Number five, moving forward. And I think this is very important, what can be done after highlighting all the facts and problems that we are facing. Number one, ambassadors highlighted the need for us to improve our productivity and to improve our research and development, meaning cooperation between academia and research and think tanks, universities across the globe, and also to improve global governance related to agriculture and food. And in this regard, I think the experience of South Korea is very important, that South Korea has been in self-sufficiency of rice since 1975. And I think that is very impressive. But also I'm a little bit shocked to see the slide, Ambassador Park, that you said consumption of rice has been decreasing while meat consumption and wheat consumption have been on the rise. And this is, I think, a larger sign of modernization, that people now don't want to eat rice. And I think this is also a cultural shift that we need to address as well. Number six, Pak Hari Prabowo highlighted also the fact that we need to increase transparency and we need to improve international regulations in multilateral trading systems that is governed by various international organizations. And lastly, I think we all need to reiterate, and the ambassadors, not I think, the ambassadors highlighted the need to reiterate commitment to all multilateral platform possibles. So we need to have synergy across platforms to recover stronger and recover together from this pandemic. So that's, I think, the 7 points that I could summarize from the discussion. Now we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. So I would open the floor only for 2 questions, unfortunately, and please very, very brief and crisp. Please do not use time to explain background. Just ask your question directly. I see Vice Rector Pak Dadang, and okay, I see 3 hands raised. Secondly, Dr. Sirajuddin Arif, our chair of our MA program, and at the back, Well, I want a female questioner. I'm sorry. Professor Nina, and maybe, of course, you if you have time, right? Very, very briefly and crisp. Please, Pak Dadang.
Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. I have a concern. So I just came back from the G20 seminar yesterday. One of the issues about the increasing portfolio shares, particularly in agriculture. This is quite annoying me because why? Things that goes with subsidy cannot last long. And what we have and what we need to have is something is self-sufficient, like private sectors coming. It's not always heavily depending on the fiscal. So with the decreasing appetite in agricultural sectors, what kind of initiatives is given by MIKTA or FAO and other international which collaborate with academics, university, with a tangible business model that can be, implemented by the grassroots of people, not always depending upon the government initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. I have a couple of questions for the MIKTA, so I don't know to whom I should answer, but this is for MIKTA. First is about the current crisis caused by the Russian attack of Ukraine. So the MIKTA members are concentrated in Asia and one in Latin America. But I think most of the population which would be hurt by the crisis would be in Africa, probably, it seems to me. Well, the members of MIKTA is in Asia and in say in Latin America. So how is the MIKTA should address this problem? Because now the victims are mostly in other parts of the world. The second is about the dietary transition. So you show that now it seems that it is common that as countries become more wealthier, so the consumption of carbohydrate will decrease. Rice is decreasing, but now we see that meat is increasing. And if we see that in terms of the impact of meat on the climate is more severe than rice production. So what do you think of this trend that now we've seen that the meat consumption is increasing, while the fact that the impact of meat on the climate change will be more severe? And in terms of the cost, I believe the price of meat will be more expensive than other types of food, and it is mostly produced by healthy, well countries. So in terms of, say, if we talk about the nutrition security, how MIKTA will address this transition? Thank you.
Thank you. Ibu Professor Nina, oh, she's not here. Okay, one at the back. Very quickly. Please be very brief.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Supriyana. I'm from Faculty of Education. Check. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Supriyana. I'm a student from Faculty of Education. My question is actually related to the deficit of the farmers, especially in Indonesia, and the regeneration issue of the farmers. I find interesting data from the Statistic Indonesia, which is like BPS. Indonesia lost like around 5.1 million farmers between 2003 and 2013. with the number falling to 28 million. And the trend is expected to continue in the next few years. And then at this rate, Indonesia would lose all its farmers by 2063. Can we imagine if we lose farmers, especially when we don't have farmers, what happens next is actually we don't have food. And if we don't have food, we are hungry. And my question is actually, it may be related to the regeneration issue of the farmers, because I think that the interest of young people are declining to become farmers, because maybe they think that becoming farmers is not cool, becoming farmers is not something that is promising, things like that. And my question is actually, how is MIKTA's strategy to attract young people to be farmers? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have 3 questioners. Number one, the Vice Rector Dadang asked for the relations, if I'm not mistaken, if I understood you correctly, private sector, G20 and MIKTA country in food policies. What kind of business model that can be developed, connecting all the private sectors and so on. Secondly, Dr. Sirojudin highlighted the problem of the rising meat consumption that is causing climate problem that is more risky than rice consumption. And lastly, on the supply side, that being a farmer now is not cool enough for the young people. What would be our thinking on this? And maybe technology, can replace a human being farmer. Now we only have 10 minutes, unfortunately. So if I may invite all the ambassadors in the alphabetical order, starting from Ambassador Williams and then going last to the Ambassador of South Korea. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes each. I'm sorry. Ambassador.
Thank you. Look, I'm just going to address a couple of those questions. I take your point completely about the need for private sector investment in agriculture. I can talk to you about a bilateral perspective. The agriculture sector is one area where we're trying to encourage not only research and collaboration, but also Australian investment and Australian technology, which goes to the point over here, which is while the numbers of farmers decrease, the nature of farming has changed so that it can produce more food for more people. People always think of Australia as riding on the sheep's back. Actually, agriculture doesn't actually contribute a huge part to our domestic economy. Exports, yes, but it creates a lot of jobs. So it's about how do you create jobs, keep the sector going, but don't confuse the numbers of people, smallholders, with actually what you can produce. On protein, I agree in terms of as countries develop and people are more interested in protein. I think meat is one area, but I think there's a lot of research going on in other kinds of protein, not only in aquaculture, but very unusual kinds of access to protein. I think that's something that all of us should continue to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. On the first question, I think with the private, on the first question, on the initiative with the private sector, I can think of a number of possible areas. For instance, on increasing productivity or yield per hectare, where of course innovation is very important. Second is on digital agriculture, which an issue that Indonesia starts to develop as well. And the third, often forgotten, but also important issue is addressing food waste, because on food waste is also involves supply chain and then storage system and so on. Now on, I think one question about MIKTA involves many Asian members, but food security issue mostly felt in Africa. But the thing is, Africa is, of course, situation in Africa requires our attention. And this is actually part of the MIKTA vision to have a global vision. So we are not, we do not confine our cooperation between the 5 countries, but we aim to bridge, we aim to become the bridge builder with the rest of the world. Having said that, I also want to mention that food security issue in Asia Pacific is still challenging. Situation in Afghanistan, for instance, requires our immediate attention for the food security and other challenges. Food production, it impacts to climate change, of course, it's a very crucial issue. However, and that's why last year, the UN organized the Food System Summit. The main reason is actually how to ensure that food production and distribution can be sustainable and doesn't lead to, for instance, climate change. And on decreasing number of farmers, key here, I think there are two keys here. One is to improve the welfare of the people in the rural areas, because that is one of the drive why people move from rural to urban areas. So obviously, the welfare in the rural area need our immediate attention. But also, and this is what I mentioned before, we need to think of how to continuously increase the yield or productivity per hectare of agricultural land. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The question about the MIKTA, as we explained in our presentations and the statements, MIKTA is a very diverse. If you look at the countries, Mexico, Indonesia, Turkey, Korea, and Australia. So it is really cross-regional group of powers. Actually, those countries, we get together in several occasions, several organizations we share. All of us member of the G20 countries, but each country has a very big importance in their region, leader in their region, and as a middle power. And there are 7 areas that we always concentrate all of them, but those are very interconnected each other. For example, if you concentrate and work on the energy governance or trade and economy, in the same time, you are also tackling with the problems with the global health or food security and also sustainable development. So very practical platform. And when we work with the universities mostly, with the academicians, because we believe that we need the recent research that can give us new light to follow. So the universities are best places to get the recent information, recent research that we need always. Also, we have several platforms. We work with the youth. Youth are very important. They are our future. And we work closely with them. We have several youth groups. We are going to have another programs with youth also. We will come again to this university for asking your help. Thank you very much. So what I am trying to tell here that our goals and our area to concentrate are all very connected. Each step that we take takes us to another problems and other solutions. So there are also international organizations like UN, like FAO. They work to put in front of us very good roadmap to follow. One of them to support development policies in conflict affected area, which is very important. If there is any conflict, that there should be international collaboration to solve that conflict. The other one is scaling up food system climate resilience and strengthening resilience for the most vulnerable and adapting value chains to lower the cost of the nutritious food. So each country is very well connected. I think it's well explained here how countries export and import from each other. But as Professor Philip mentioned that the winter is coming because the figures shows us that difficult days are coming. So we have to get prepared. We have to support each other. We have to support farmers, farming systems, SMEs and private sectors, and also agreements between governments and organizations are very important. We have to collaborate. So this is why we are here. MIKTA countries, another very successful platform to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Well, following your answer, I would like to give a general answer to all the questions. And my main point is to point out that this is not a regional crisis or an internal crisis of any country. This is a global crisis. It's a global crisis that we are facing, and that it needs to be addressed in 3 different levels. It needs to be addressed internally by every country, taking into consideration the most vulnerable parts of the society. In our case, in the case of Mexico, as it happens in other countries, the most vulnerable part of the society is precisely the one who lives in rural areas, the one who produces the food and sometimes don't have the food for themselves. So we have to address internally that problem with national programs, with solidarity, etc. Secondly, we have to address the problem regionally. As Ambassador Hassan mentioned, MIKTA is a cross-regional group that includes Latin America, the Middle East, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and Oceania. 5 different regions, and each one of our countries is a natural leader in those regions. So Mexico is doing that precisely in its vicinity, south of the border, in Central America. I already mentioned what Mexico is doing in Central America to overcome the food crisis and prevent the forced immigration. We are not against immigration. We are preventing forced immigration, not natural immigration. And Australia is doing the same in South Pacific, and Indonesia in Southeast Asia, and in every region. South Korea is doing also the same. Finally, the problem is a global problem that needs to be addressed globally. Needs to be addressed globally, and we need to work in the frame of course, the UN and the UN agencies like the World Food Program and the FAO, but also in the main the international groups like the G20, which currently presided by Indonesia, and also in the frame of MIKTA, which is a subgroup of the G20, because finally all 5 MIKTA members are also G20 members. So we need to address the problem globally, working multilaterally with international solidarity, with accelerating international research and the agricultural research, with establishing a free and fair trading system, and overcoming the most difficult problems that we are facing now, which is on the one hand the problem of created by a virus, which is the COVID-19, and on the other hand a human problem, which is the war in Europe, which is threatening the food security of practically the rest of the world. So we need to attend the problem in these 3 levels: internally, regionally, and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So over, I would like to stress that this food security issue is a very complicated one. So we have to recognize it. That means that in the perspective of culture, social welfare, economics, and humanitarian perspective, it has many kinds of spectrum. That's why it is a very complicated issue. And secondly, this issue is cannot be tackled or solved with a single country. because it is deeply interconnected and interdependent among countries. So we need more. We need put emphasis on more international cooperation and solidarity, especially in the context of UN and G20. And that's why our today's MIKTA's effort on this issue is very meaningful, because we just want to raise this issue and share concern on this very complicated agenda with all of you. It will be definitely helpful to address and solve these very difficult issues. Finally, I would like to stress one final point is that it is very important to increase productivity by technology and private investment and some kind of government engagement and private and public partnership. That will be help to solve this big problem behind us, before us. Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors, for the response to the excellent questions from the floor. Now, I would not be able to summarize the discussion that we have, and but the point I think has been aptly concluded by Pak Hari Prabowo, that MIKTA, being a middle power groupings, should continue to be bridge builder among various multilateral platforms, and we should continue the agenda, especially on the pressing global issues that we are facing. And number one problem that we are discussing today is on food security. I don't want to be standing between you and your lunch. I think before we adjourn this session, please give a round of applause to our ambassadors and speakers. And lastly, I would like to thank you all for participating in this first session. I apologize if there are any mistakes that are made. Now I return the microphone to our MC.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Phillips, for mediating the discussion. It has been wonderful to see how the dynamic displays through the momentum. Again, our gratitude to the ambassador of MIKTA countries and Bapak Hari Wibowo from the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, first of all, present with us, Mayor of Depok, Representative Dr. Sidik Mulyono, Advisor to Economy and Development of Depok City. Welcome, Bapak. We are entering a break session, but before that, we invite Mr. and Miss Ambassador and Bapak Hari to have a photo session. Go to in front of, yes, thanks. And we are also invite Professor Dr. Komarudin Hidayat, Vice Rector of Triple IU and Vice Rector of Triple IU. We also invite Bapak from Bapak Sidik Mulyono. Thank you. Yes. Okay. We are pleased to invite Mr. and Miss Ambassador, Mr. Hari Prabowo, Mr. Sidik, to the food area to select and enjoy. We will also have a photo session on the food area for Mr. and Miss Ambassador and the VIP guests. We will have the photo session on the food area for Mr. Ambassador and Miss Ambassador Bapak Hari before we have a food session. A table for VIP guests are reserved. Afterward, as we are entering Zuhur prayer time, participants can go to the Rahmatan Lil Alamin Mosque right behind this building to perform the prayers. And all participants will have a food session. We will invite VIP guests, faculty member, and the rest of the participants may proceed after Mr. and Miss Ambassadors. We will continue to the second session of this panel that will be start at 12:30. Thank you. We would like to convey that the second session will start at 12:30. Please, to all participants, attend to this venue before 12:30. Thank you. Tes.
Selamat siang. Selamat siang. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good
Oh,
afternoon.
terima kasih.
Speak Indonesia. Kon.
Saya
Dear
orang
ladies and
Indonesia.
gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The second session of this panel is about to commence. We ask all participants to kindly sit and gather in the venue.
Ya. Terima kasih.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the second session of this panel is about to commence. We ask all participants to kindly sit and gather in the venue. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will start the second session. Welcome to the second session for MIKTA panel on food security. Enhancing cooperation and building resilience on food security for the future will be discussed by experts from MIKTA countries. We are delighted to have Mr. Bernardo Orozco, Director for Economic Studies of the Agri-Food Sector, Secretariat of Agriculture and Rural Development, as a panelist from Mexico. Professor Dwi Andreas Santosa from Institut Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia. Dr. Kwon Taekyon, Director General of Technology Cooperation Bureau of Rural Development, Administration, Republic of Korea. Professor Andrew Campbell, Chief Executive Officer, Australia Centre for International Agricultural Research. And Professor Dr. Levent Kurnaz from Bogazici University, Turkey. I would like to invite Dr. Ali Wibisono from International Relations Department, University of Indonesia, as moderator for this session.
Tes 1, 2. Hello, everyone. Can we all please have a seat? We are about to begin. Yeah. Hello? Yes. Could everyone please attend to their seats? We are about to begin second session of our MIKTA panel. Okay. All right. I am to begin this second session on MIKTA panel on food security. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, students. Welcome to the second session of MIKTA panel on food security. Our topic for this second session is enhancing cooperation and building resilience on food security for the future. I think that this is a very timely topic. On May 18th, Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, has indicated that in the coming months, we are about to face the specter of food shortage. And this is due to the ongoing climate crisis, and it has been worsened off by the war in Ukraine, which is participated by two of the biggest wheat producers of the world, both Russia and Ukraine, which I think this war will also throw more hundreds of millions of people into threat of food insufficiency. So also, of course, that our consultative forum of MIKTA is instrumental to share ideas and best practices in holding cooperation in order to empower our capability for food sufficiency in the coming future. We are joined today, this afternoon, by experts from 5 MIKTA countries. The order of speakers in this session is first we'll have Professor Levent Kurns from Turkey. Sorry, Professor Levent Kurnaz from Turkey. And then on the second speaker is Professor Andrew Campbell from Australia. The third speaker is Mr. Juan Bernardo Orozco Sanchez from Mexico. The fourth speaker will be Dr. Tai Kryun Kwon from Korea. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Apologies. I just had been informed that our first speaker will be Mr. Juan Bernardo Orozco Sanchez from Mexico. And then finally, we have Dr. Dwi Andreas Santosa from Indonesia. Mr. Juan Bernardo Orozco Sanchez is a Director of Economic Studies in the agricultural sector at the General Coordination of Internal Affairs, Secretariat of Agriculture and Rural Development, Mexico. Before he holds this position, he was also Executive Liaison of the General Direction of International Affairs at the Secretariat of Agriculture of Mexico, Head of the Department of International Economic Foment at the General Direction of International Affairs of the Secretariat of Agriculture of Mexico, and Chief of Staff of the General Coordinator of International Affairs at the Secretariat of Agriculture of Mexico. Mr. Juan Bernardo Orozco Sanchez, the screen is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
It's loud and clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers, the University of Islam International Indonesia, and thank you to our moderator, Dr. Ali Wibasono, and thank you for their understanding to my colleagues, panelists, given the fact that it's 1 o'clock in the morning here in Mexico. So appreciate the opportunity to address the audience at this moment. And if possible, I would appreciate if you can show the slides that we prepared to guide the discussion on this topic on how we can work together on the building, enhancing cooperation and building resilience on food security for the future. Is it possible to project the slides on the presentation? Thank you very much. So I'd like to start by sharing some of the policies on price controlling agricultural products. As it was mentioned in the previous panel, the issue of food security is multifactorial challenge, which requires multi sectoral solutions. So if we can go to the next slide, please, I will share some of the policies that we have in the domestic government policies for price stability and inflation management. As it was mentioned here, food security is not only the production of food, but is the access of food. So we can have a product, but so expensive that is unreachable for the population. So in this case, the government tries to control the inflation, the control of prices through several policies. For the price stability and the inflation management in Mexico, we have two different instruments. The monetary policy, the control of the interest rate by the Central Bank of Mexico, which is entrusted to a board of governors that direct the policy to increase or to reduce the interest rate as to have the availability of cash in the government and in the market. The other is related to the fiscal policy that is under the control of the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit. And the aim of this fiscal policy is to project and calculate the expenditures of the federal governments and the parastatal public administration with the availability of resources and taking into account the needs and policies of national development and to formulate the draft budget of the federation. One of the cases or one of the examples of this is the taxes that the government charges for the products and services that the government grants to the population and the public and the private sector. One of these examples is, for example, the tax on gas or petrol, which in this case we have eliminated or reduced as to try to eliminate or put less pressure on the transportation and the logistics of food and other inputs into different markets or process areas and have the availability of products in different markets or regions. And the other is the Ministry of Economy, which is in charge to formulate and conduct the general policies of industry, foreign trade, domestic supply, and prices in the country, with the exception of prices of goods and services of the federal public administration. Next slide, please. One of the main challenges is the availability of food, both for domestic and for international markets. In this sense, the foreign trade law, which is managed by the Ministry of Economics, working in Foreign Trade Commission with different ministries to establish and modify the tariffs, the quotas, the compensatory measures, and other measures for the national development and the foreign trade, which has a legal foundation in the Commission of Foreign Trade Law and its regulations. So that means that this Foreign Trade Commission decides on the tariffs, the taxes, or the decisions related to the access of products or the exports of products to foreign markets, as to guarantee the domestic supply and also guarantee the export into our foreign markets for our customers as part of the free trade agreements and other commitments that we have in the international arena. This commission is integrated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit, the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, and the Ministry of Health. And they decide based on the availability of different products, not only for food, but also for transformation for the industry and the services, the cases in which tariffs or taxes are increased or reduced as to protect our domestic industry or to grant the availability of these products or services into the domestic market. Please, the next slide. The Ministry of Agriculture has to try to increase the agricultural production and the availability of food in the domestic markets, supports the national productivity by strengthening the least favored producers with the smallest amount of productivity hectares or surfaces, the farmers or ranchers with handicapped conditions, and try to increase the agricultural productivity in those areas. So we have, for instance, a program which grants fertilizers for those small farmers for self-consumption in order to assist in increasing the agricultural productivity of those small farmers so they can guarantee the supply of food for themselves, their families, and the region. We have also a program that is related to foment to agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and aquaculture, again, for small farmers in very depressed agricultural regions. We have a program for the supply of milk for small children and also for women in pregnancy and for the elderly. This program has two different components. One is the purchase of liquid milk for farmers and ranchers with less than 20 cows in their farms, and also at a preferential price different to the market price. And on the second component is the distribution of this milk into least favored regions or least favored families. The fourth program is a program for rural supply of products, including staple food, staple grains such as corn, rice, beans, the program that we mentioned about milk, and as the first component, the fifth component is guarantee prices for basic staple foods. And this is also for small farmers with less than 10 hectares in production, and the distribution of these staple food, staple grains, into least favored areas, both in rural and urban areas. This allows promoting a productive, sustainable, and inclusive agriculture. And as it was mentioned, to focus on feeding those that are in the rural areas, working to feed the urban areas, feeding those to feed us. The next slide, please. So the recent strategy against the inflation and the shortage of food is based on several components. One is the production strategy aimed to increase food production, in which we are aiming to stabilize the price of gasoline and diesel, as we mentioned, trying to reduce the taxes that are charged in the final price, to increase the production of grains, delivering fertilizer and both chemical and organic for farmers in rural areas which less than 10 hectares per farmer, and the elimination of countervailing duties on imports of ammonium sulfate for fertilizer into this program for small farmers. The second component is the distribution strategy, in which we are aiming to strengthening the road safety strategy, no increase on highway tolls, no increase on railway fares, the reduction in cost on customs clearance time, as to reduce the logistics and the trying to reach the most remote regions and try to reduce the inflation or the adding costs to reach those areas. And a foreign trade strategy in which we have a zero import tariffs for basics and inputs. This is a temporary measure for 6 months, and depending on the effects, that can be either reduced or increased. We have creating a strategic corn reserve, given the fact that corn is the basic staple food for Mexican consumers. And we have guaranteed prices for small farmers that are producing corn, beans, rice, and liquid milk. So we can guarantee a basic income for them, and we can guarantee to have sufficient distribution of these basic staple foods into the population. The next slide, please. So in the international arena, we have a food safety and food security promotion policy, in which Mexico makes explicit its commitment to join all those countries whose objective is to prevent people from suffering or dying of hunger in a world that has the conditions and the capacity to avoid it. In international fora, such as APEC, such as the G20, and others, we have expressed our commitment with open markets. We have expressed that we will continue exporting into those countries which we have free trade agreements with that, which are our customers for fruits, vegetables, and meat. And we have also expressed our international collaboration to continue the research to increase the agricultural yields, to reduce the food loss and waste, and to protect the soil, the water, and the biodiversity. So that is part of our commitments in the international arena. The next slide, please. So these are part of the expectations of production in this current year. in which we are trying to increase our production for sugarcane, for beans, for white corn and yellow corn. White corn is for human consumption, and yellow corn is for the production of protein as fed for animal and the production of um, egg, poultry, and beef, and as well as sorghum and wheat for pasta and for bread. In the next slide, please, we can also see the projections for livestock and meat protein, and also for fish. And as it has been expressed here, it is very important to take care not only to increase the production, but to control the carbon footprint and the water footprint that is the cost associated with the production of these products related to protein and related to fish. As we can see, here we are well on the projection for protein, but we are weak in the production of fish. That is part of the international commitments that we are trying to face and to share with the international community. The next slide, please, is just to conclude and to express our gratitude to the organizers for letting us share these strategies in the domestic and the international fora in Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Juan Bernardo, for your illuminating and comprehensive presentation on empowering Mexican people, especially the weakest ones, women and children and people in the rural area, to keep them having access to nutritious food, as well as supporting the urban areas. I think this is a very inspiring policy. Next, we have Professor Levin Kurnaz. Professor Kurnaz is the director of the Climate Change and Policies Application and Research Center, Bogazici University, Istanbul. He lectures and writes on various platforms on environmental problems, climate change, resilience, and sustainability. He actively conducts research in the field of climate change and sustainability and educates many graduate and doctoral students. And he has many national and international books. He is indeed a foremost scientist of climate change, and also a physicist, actually, from Turkey. Professor Kurnaz, the screen is yours, sir.
Hello, everyone. It's basically good morning for me, good evening for Mr. Orozco, and I think good day for the rest of you. This is a very diverse group of people from various parts of the world. So obviously our problems will be quite different. For example, when we talk about Turkey, we are talking about wheat, and Russia is basically next door to us, and the war is going on a little bit to the north of the Black Sea region of Turkey. So when we are talking about international relations and the food security in connection with those things, we should take all of these things into account. I mean, we basically live in different parts of the world as MIKTA. As Mr. Orozco has said, it's about 1:13 in the morning for him at the moment. So we thank you for his nice speech. But our main problem is climate
speak to the microphone a little bit. Could you take the microphone nearer to your mouth so we can hear you more clearly?
Microphone is where the camera is, so that's the best I can do.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now, our common problem is unfortunately climate change, because to whichever country we go in this region, we are going to be having different problems. I mean, when we go to Mexico and also to Australia, Turkey will have somewhat similar problems of increasing drought, or at least a change in the precipitation regime. Korea is slightly different from that one, and Indonesia is way different from this regime. Therefore, in agriculture, these three countries, Australia, Mexico, and Turkey, might have certain commonalities in production, but the other ones should be treated separately. Or luckily for us, when there were problems in India in agricultural production in the 60s, the solution was found in Central America, because changing weather patterns will change the things that can grow on the soil of that country. And all of the people have been accustomed to living in that region for thousands of years, and it's not easy to change overnight what they have been producing for all of that time. But our cooperation will make it most probably easier to grow crops that are not native to that area, but they can grow in that area quite well. Unfortunately, our main problem in international food security is our heavy reliance on international trade. This globalization has been a nice thing for the past 20, 30 years, except for food security. And at the moment, with the Russian-Ukrainian problem, we clearly see that it was actually stupid to rely on Russia and Ukraine for the wheat production, because wheat production was a staple food for us. I mean, in Turkey, many of the farmers just simply left wheat production and went on producing foods that will be that will make more money for them. But unfortunately, they are not that necessary for the daily food intake of people. Mostly Turkish people depend on wheat. Unfortunately, the wheat farmers in Turkey changed into sugar beet, because they make about 3 times more money if they are producing sugar beet. But unfortunately, sugar beet needs a lot more water. And with climate change, we are basically shifting to a drier climate in Turkey. And that basically depleted all of the groundwater. And because of the international trade or globalization, our farmers or our government can easily obtain wheat or other staple crops from other parts of the world, and therefore they can continue with the trade and they can feed the people. Unfortunately, we see in the last 3 years or so that the food prices are increasing enormously. This is not only the Russian-Ukrainian problem. The food prices have been going up even before that. And you can easily blame it on COVID-19, but it's not just that either. I mean, yes, our population is growing. At the moment, the global population went up to about 8 billion people, and it's steadily growing at the moment. And we need more food for all of those people. But instead of producing that food, we are trying to produce more sugar and other things that are not that necessary for daily nutrition of people. In the future, hopefully, we should all in the first place, produce the staple foods in our own countries, and then try to produce something that we can trade with other countries, because the cost of oil and gas and coal is also increasing. So even if we grow wheat in Russia, it will be way too expensive to export that wheat to Turkey or to Korea or to anywhere you would like to have. Therefore, we should all be able to produce our own food in our own territories, first of all. And if that fails because of some reason for that season, then we should be thinking about international cooperation. And international cooperation is very important, but it's only an emergency source for basic food supply. And when we're talking about food security, each country, I mean, in this group, in the MIKTA group, I'm not talking about African countries where it's sometimes impossible to grow enough food to supply the whole country. But in these 5 countries, we can all produce enough food to feed ourselves. Unfortunately, we are just trying to buy food from somewhere else, which is okay if it's possible. But if it's not, we should all be able to adapt ourselves to climate change and produce our food for the future, because in 30 years, all of these countries will have different problems. For example, in South Asia, we will have huge temperature increases. And because of those huge temperature increases, people will start to migrate. And their main migration route is towards Turkey. And at one point, we might find about 20 to 30 million climate migrants at our door. And it's not just them that we have to feed ourselves as well. Australia is a little bit far from all of these problems, and they are dealing with the migration from the small islands in the Pacific. So they are sort of safe. Korea has other problems. We know it's not that easy for them. Indonesia has a growing population, plus the sea level rise will be a major factor for them in the future. And when we talk about Mexico, it's way different problem, because they will have an influx of migration from their south. And when we are talking about the border with the US, US has its own problems, and they will not be willing to pass any of these migrants into US, just as we have with the European Union. European Union has built a wall between Turkey and Europe, and we have at the moment we have about 5 to 6 million climate migrants or migrants in Turkey, and we have to feed those people, and our food production is decreasing. So that is a serious food security issue, because the mobility of the people will be increasing in the near future, and we should all be thinking about these global problems. It's not just the Turkish people we need to feed. We need to be feeding all of the people that will be coming from Bangladesh. And there will be millions of these people. Similar problems might be happening all through Southeast Asia. So we need to be thinking about globalization plus climate change in slightly different terms for food security and for climate migration as well. I think this is the first round, and I would like to stop here and thank everyone listening.
All right, thank you, Professor Kurnas. I think your idea was very succinct in terms of your suggestion for all countries to first prioritize the sufficiency of their staple food, and not to always rely on food trade, because it's not always reliable, especially for staple food. Next, we have Dr. Taek Ryon Kwon. Dr. Taek Ryon Kwon is a science-based Executive Manager in Rural Development Administration of the Republic of Korea. He serves currently as the Director General of the Technology Cooperation Bureau, which oversees the strategic international cooperation of Rural Development Administration with the global community. And he is also a primary decision maker at the Secretary General of Food and Agricultural Cooperation Initiatives in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Dr. Tai Krion Kwon, the screen is yours, sir.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Good, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Could you open my slide presentation file, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to share that some Korean experience in agricultural innovation for food security, and what now is the international cooperation for food security. Maybe that this panel meeting focused on the food security. So I would like to share some Korean experience. Next, please. As a previous the speaker mentioned about the climate change, that recently that I read a news article on a huge heat wave in India. It is the one cause of the global food security concerns. That my major actually that the plant science for drought tolerance. That I know that that water scarcity is the biggest challenge in global food productions. So we need something the actions immediately for the tackling some extreme climate problem challenges, so that everybody know this graph, because that it's actually that presented by that IPCC assessment report. We cannot ignore that the climate change is actually affect very much on food production. Next, please. Yeah, that I like to share that real story of Korea and food security. You may know already that 1950s, Korea had the war, like that nowadays the war in Ukraine. Actually, that war destroy everything. We could not have food. I myself also suffered that some food shortage when I was young, because I was born about 10 years after the Korean War. And that actually that Korean government invented special agency for science, technology, and innovation for food security that we call the Rural Development Administration. The age of Rural Development Administration is already 60 years. 60 years. That I like to share that the dynamic change of the food security matters with a certain science, technology, and innovation. That actually that in 1960s, RDA hired 100 scientists for the increment of staple crop rice. That actually that they worked very hard. And in 1977, we met that self-reliance in staple crop productions, especially rice, that we called it the Tongil type rice. Tongil means unification. You may know that in Korean situations, South and North Koreas, that we like to put certain ambitions and hope for our Korean Peninsula's future. Actually, that single rice seed saved Korea. Actually, that with those Tongil type rice actually that showed the doubling of productivity. It actually that a miracle. It was a miracle. You know that last 50 years, the biggest scientific achievement in terms of social economic values actually is that one single rice variety, 통일 type rice. Actually, that it's quite enough to achieve self-sufficiency. And then after that, we did not stop the innovation because that in Korea that already we have the huge climate variations, 4 seasons, naturally 4 seasons. That is in minus the 5 Celsius degree in the winter season, lots of snowing in the winter season. We could not grow any crops, and that in the summer season, 34 Celsius degree, and it's very hot and more than the tropical temperatures. It means that Korean the government needed to invest a huge amount of agricultural innovation. Actually, that as far as I know, that in terms of the R&D investment per capita per GDP, is that especially for agricultural R&D, is that the top country is Korea. That actually it means that Korean government invested tremendously on the agricultural science, technology, and innovation. But nowadays, that in Korea, that we could not say much the shortage in staple crop rice. Nowadays, that one headache actually the surplus problems over staple crop. Nowadays, that is that we need a special agricultural policy to balance between the surplus and the shortage of a staple crop. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, how we could achieve the self-reliance? The first, actually, that the RDA developed 343 variety of rice. Actually, they each that there's huge ranges that enough productivity as well as high quality ones. And even that whenever you come to Korea, that you can enjoy different type of rice grains. Because of that, we got the different unique rice production systems from the seedling nursery and the transplanting and the integrated pest control system, as well as that we could save the labor hours using mechanization. So nowadays, 98% labors could be covered by mechanization. So that actually made the easy farming for rice. Actually, that it's getting better nowadays. Also, that productivity surely doubling the productivity the last 50 years because of that innovation. Next, please. Another one actually that when we started the agricultural R&D institutions, the Korean government started to develop soil information system. With actually that so the RDA has integrated the 40-year survey data into the ICT-based portal systems. Now that soil ICT-based soil information system provide lots of service to farmers for better productivity, especially when they choose the best crop for the best time for production, especially that recently that we found that a lot of the reduction of fertilizer because of the strong recommendation for the appropriate fertilizer applications. Next, please. Another one actually that the RDA invested to the gene bank, to the national gene bank. Now the RDA gene bank stored the 339,000 germplasm of plant, livestock, insect, and microorganism. And this also did RDA offered the RDA gene bank to be a world seed port. Now the 11 the partner countries sent their very valuable seed for safety duplication in Korea, RDA's national gene bank. Next, please. So that I believe that food security is still deteriorating around the world due to the climate change and the intensive farming with the pandemic and the war exacerbating those problems. So I'd like to share some Korea's experience with our partner countries. Now ALDE has 52 the partner countries for international cooperation. Next, please. One actually that we shared some our Tongil type rice with the African countries, especially that nowadays a few African countries showed that very successful adoption of Korean high yield rice variety. That actually that we sent the rice variety to high yield rice variety to Africa and tested in the field to select the best one with showing the high yield as well as that marketable trade. And in Senegal, we select two varieties. Now in Senegal, the government registered two varieties. It is 6 and 7. It's high yielding as well as that very marketable in Senegal consumers. So that it showed that much higher yield as well as that high price in the market. So that nowadays I am hosting the Director General of Senegal Agricultural Research Institute at this moment. That we shared something experience with the African countries. One actually that case is this one. Next, please. Another one actually, we set up one multilateral system, the Asia Food and Agricultural Cooperation Initiative. Then we set up a special project for for tackling the rising sea levels in coastal area of South Asian countries under Apache and Eri programs. And nowadays, you can notice in Indonesia that there are successful selection of better tolerance against salinity at this moment. And that we are now sharing such an selection process in 9 our member countries. Next, please. So the ALDE like to work together with any member countries with the open cooperation system, targeting SDG framework with a focus on no poverty and the zero hunger goals. Also that at this moment that ALDE also that like to develop some cooperation to predict and assess the impact of climate change on agriculture, and as well as it also that for carbon neutrality. Nowadays, the ALDE is keen to have breeding programs for against abiotic stress, especially the less water conditions, as well as the certain salinizations in coastal area. The last that ALDE like to develop some collaborations in precision agriculture to maximize the convenience of farmers, better productivity, and also that the high value and the quality of the agricultural product. At this moment, the ALDE set the 22 Korea program on international agriculture, 22 COPIA centers in all over the countries. In another the multilateral systems, Apache, Kapachi, and Kolpachi, that it covers 52 countries at this moment all over the world. Apache is for Asia, Kapachi for Africa, Kolpachi for Latin American countries. Nowadays, that Korea like to do some collaborations for better agriculture tomorrow. Next, please. Next, please. And so ALDE's experiment so far, one sentence actually, the RDA, but we say Revolution in science and technology determine agriculture of tomorrow, saving Korean people. Next, for the global trends. So I like to suggest to go together for big dream and the big challenges. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Taek Ryon Kwon, and thank you for your illuminating presentation on the need for cooperation on technology to develop high yield rice or probably also other crops and crops that are adaptable to harsh climate and salt tolerant rice and the future of cooperation on technology for agriculture, so that we have more adaptable crops. Last but not least, I have here among us Professor Dwi Andreas Santosa. Professor Dwi Andreas Santosa is an expert of agriculture from Bogor Agricultural University. Unfortunately, at the moment, I don't have Professor Santosa's curriculum vitae at the moment. So I'm just going to give the screen to Professor Dwi Andreas. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, bisa terdengar ya suara saya? Can you hear my voice, please?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hola, annyeonghaseyo. For friend from Korea, today I would like to introduce you about how to build resilient and food security for the future. I'm lecturer at the Faculty of Agriculture, Bogor Agricultural University, but the name is changed. Now it's IPB University, and also in Biotech Center IPB University. I work also with many friends, farmer community, small-scale farmer in 20 province now, Association of Seed Bank and Farmer Technology, and also in Center of Reform on Economic Indonesia. First of all, I would like to introduce you about Indonesia. Maybe some of you don't know about Indonesia. Indonesia since 2017 belong to the 1 trillion club. 1 trillion club is a country who grows domestic product more than $1 trillion US. Yeah, below Australia and Mexico, my friend from Mexico, and also South Korea. Based on gross domestic product purchasing power parity, Indonesia is ranked 7 in the world after China, United States, India, Japan, Germany, and Russia. This short introduction about Indonesia, and I would in next slide I will talk about food security, food crisis, and political instability. Especially, I would like to talk about Indonesia first. In 2019, I was invited for a meeting in New Zealand. This is Asia Pacific Security Innovation Summit in New Zealand. And then at that time, I wrote also one paper in line of defense in New Zealand's defense magazine there about the link between food security and political instability. How about Indonesia? This one, a food crisis after independence of Indonesia. Sukarno, during groundbreaking our faculty of Agriculture, at that time we belong to University of Indonesia, now IPB. He said that food is a matter of life or death. 1 year after Indonesia independence, we exported 500,000 of rice to India. At that time, India face of famine, and then many people have not enough food, and after that in 1950, Indonesia tried to increase agricultural production and set food self-sufficiency targets. And in the late 50, rice price in Indonesia was skyrocketing due to lack of production. And between 1958 to 1964, Indonesia really depends on rice import. And at that time, we import around 800,000 to 1 million tons per year. And food crisis happened in Indonesia, occurred in Indonesia, triggered food riot and social unrest during, especially during 1964. And in 1965, abortive call by Communist Party in Indonesia and Suharto to control. It's mean this food crisis has big impact on unrest and social instability and also political instability. During Suharto era, the second president of Indonesia, in 1997, Indonesia faced a drought and the rice production decreased sharply, very sharply. And in 1998, Indonesia had to import rice 6.4 million tons. And during the time, as we know, era Suharto, the end of era Suharto, social unrest and failing of a new order in 1998. It means this Suharto era and transition, government transition during 1998 also correlated directly or indirectly with food crisis. How about internationally? During 28, the food price increased rapidly, and during 2007 under 2009, food price increased 2.3 times than before, and social unrest has also political instability happened in Somalia, India, Mauritania, Mozambique, and so on. After that, the food production in the world increased, and the food price in internationally go down fast, and then but since 2010, international food price increased again. And in 2012, this one is the highest food price index during the times. And this high food price led to food riot, social unrest, also mass violence and government changes in North Africa and the Middle East. We know the people call Arab Spring. And at that time also 10,000 dead toll and became the largest refugee problem after the Second World War. I just wanted to explain how important is food security in the world, especially for a developing country. And recently, what happened in Sudan? In December 2018, Sudan government made a decision to triple the price of bread, and then food riots began in the capital Khartoum, and at least at the time, 8 people were killed across Sudan, and Sudan cop on April 11 in 2019. One magazine wrote a very nice title in the left side, "What a humble loaf of bread can tell us about the world politics." How about the food security index? This one is the list of security index of some country, some selected country in the world. Now, the first country that have the highest food security is Finlandia. And before is Singapore in 2019, but after natural resources and resilience issue has been added, and then Singapore became 12. And then now in 2021, rank 15. Australia ranked 32, and then South Korea ranked 32, Mexico ranked 46, Turkey ranked 48, and Indonesia we have quite low, rank 69. About natural resources and resilience, Turkey ranked 27, South Korea 43, Mexico 47, Australia 81, and Indonesia, unfortunately, the below one, the rank 113 from 113 country. I think for Indonesia, we have to take care about these issues, especially natural resources and resilience. And this food crisis happened in 2000, probably will happen in 2022, and right now also 2023. And the food price increased very, very rapidly. We look at this 1973 until 1975, we have a big food crisis in the world due to Arab-Israel war during the times. And then, as I mentioned before, in 2007 to 2008, we have also second food crisis. In 2011, we have also the third food crisis that occur in North Africa and Middle East, and government changes there. And in 2021, we look the food price in the world higher than food crisis during Arab and Israel war. Ukraine and rise from 140 point to 159, and food price index increased 74.9% from May 2020 to March 21. Now we will talk about the future of agriculture and cooperation. This one is, I think, is one of the most important things we should do. How to cover, how to adapt with this food price increase, and also maybe the decrease of the food production in the world. Farmer, of course, in developing country and also in some country in I think in Mexico, in South Korea, also in Australia, reduce. In US, I just want to give example in US. Now, a farmer in US only 0.6% of more than most 330 million population. And now also in the world, as you know, now we enter industrial revolution today with the cyber physical system, Internet of Things network, and so on. And how about trend of the future, 2025 and beyond? Around 10% wearing clothes connected to the internet, around 80% will have unlimited backup space in the cloud, 1 trillion sensor connected to the internet, 60% will have internet presence, the first mobile entire produced with a 3D printer, 90% own a smartphone, and 90% have internet access, 10% driverless vehicle, and 50% home appliance connected to internet. And of course, these trends will impact on worker. For example, for agricultural labor, will have impact around 55%. Close to 60% of agricultural worker will be impacted by these trends, by this revolution, industrial revolution 4.0. And the farming in the future will also change. Maybe in the future we will see about seawater farming, vertical farming, or algae from the sea as our feedstock to produce food, as well also drone. Now we know that drone became more and more important in agriculture. In molecular genetics also, we have a big progress in molecular genetics in science since 1986. The world produced the first genetically modified crop that now have been distributed around the world, although the producer is especially is North America and Latin America, the producer of this genetically modified crop. And also maybe in the future also we don't need sheep, or we don't need cow. Meat can be cultured in the laboratory, and also 3D printed food with algae as a feedstock. In our university also we use also the latest technology, gene silencing and gene editing on sugarcane. We try to increase the production of sugarcane around 200% with this genetic molecular approach. We have done since 5 years ago, started using this gene editing on crop. This one is our development to increase. Back to the output and productivity, some of you may know that increased agriculture production before 1970 due to expansion is the most important factor to increase the production, to increase agriculture production. During 2001 to 2013, total of production factor expansion of agricultural land is very low. Last 10 years, for example,
Professor, do we
agriculture investment, biological science, yes.
Yeah.
I think it will be finished just on one slide left.
I think your internet is also unstable, sir. We could not hear you. Actually, I'm not sure if
agricultural technology slide to do copy for my side is between small scale farmer country to adopt new technology and innovation. And last but not least, what Henry Kissinger said: control oil and you control nation, control food and you control the people. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Andres, for your comprehensive presentation on the use of technology to improve our crop yields and farming in the future. I am personally terribly sorry to Professor Andrew Campbell. I have skipped you, sir. I'm supposed to give you a fourth turn to speak, and I totally forgot. I don't know why. So apologies, Professor Andrew Campbell. We have Professor Andrew Campbell. He is a CEO of Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, which is responsible directly to the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Professor Andrew Campbell, the screen is yours, sir. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Selamat siang. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear.
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I'm the Chief Executive of ACR, the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, and we are part of the Foreign Affairs portfolio, and for the last 40 years we've been investing and organising agricultural research partnerships across our region from Africa through to the Pacific. Unfortunately, we don't work these anymore in Latin America, but Indonesia is our biggest partner country, and the other countries of Southeast Asia and the Pacific are our main partners. But 10% of our portfolio is in East Africa and 15% in South Asia. And those research partnerships are about agricultural research and innovation to improve food security, to manage natural resources more sustainably, and more recently to focus not just on growing more food, but growing healthier food and improving human nutrition. And in the area of One Health, as we're seeing with COVID-19, we're interested in the interface between animal health and human health and environmental health, particularly with zoonotic diseases. So, as my colleagues have said, we now have a global food security emergency developing. It's important, as colleagues have said, to note that this is not just about COVID, and it's not just about the war in Ukraine, but those things are making things much worse. Food prices have been, and food insecurity has been rising since 2014, but since early 2020, food prices in the FAO price index are up by about 60%. And the war in the Ukraine is going to make existing global shortages of fuel and fertilizer much worse. When we look around the world, we are seeing acute impacts in Laos PDR and Sri Lanka, where shortages of fuel and fertilizer have significantly downgraded production forecasts. And then, as we get every year, of course, climatic conditions have an impact. In China, there have been delayed rains at planting time. We're seeing a massive heat wave in India, severe drought in East Africa, and also the Western United States. And so, if you look at the proportion of the world's population living with moderate or severe food insecurity, by 2014, as my colleagues have said, due to agricultural research and increasing yields and increasing total factor productivity, the proportion of the global population suffering from food insecurity was down to 22% in 2014. But by 2019, it had crept back up to 26%, and COVID then accelerated that to 30%. So now we have a situation where about 1 in 3 people in the world live with food insecurity as the norm. About half of those people live in Asia, and 1/3 in Africa. So very quickly, if we look, the big question is, okay, so what do we do? And it's true that the Green Revolution saw, as Dr. Kwan and Professor Santosa said, the Green Revolution dramatically increased yields, and the world has managed to more than feed itself over the last 50 years, despite significant increases in population. But a big part of that production increase was achieved by agriculture getting bigger, using more land, more water, more energy, and more nutrients, and obviously generating more greenhouse gas emissions, more carbon emissions. We now have to try to produce more food without the agricultural footprint getting bigger, and in fact, probably getting smaller. But I'm going to group the responses in 3 areas. In the short term, what can countries do right now? Well, the key lesson we learned from the food price spike in 2007 and 2008 is that export bans on food are not helpful. And so we need to try and keep markets open and free. And it was very encouraging to hear our Mexican colleague talk about measures that Mexico is doing in that regard. But COVID has also forced us to have a hard look at where we are vulnerable to long, complicated supply chains and where we can increase local food production for more resilience. And ACR funded a study across Southeast Asia and the Pacific that showed since COVID-19 that agriculture has played a really important shock absorber role in providing employment for people who are displaced from cities, but also in improving local food production, fruits and vegetables and so on, that has helped to moderate the impact of the pandemic. In the medium term, we obviously need to help farmers to increase food production. And again, our study across Southeast Asia and the Pacific showed that in some countries, clever design of social protection measures, including cash transfers to farming households, has enabled farmers to produce more food and increase production in some cases. And that had a big stabilizing influence on food systems. And researchers suggest that there is some scope for those social protection measures to include carefully targeted subsidies for fertilizer and fuel, especially in the early stages of crop establishment. Now, obviously that's difficult for low-income countries, but we do need to understand the importance of food security, as other speakers have said. In the longer term, and that's where my agency comes in, we actually need food systems that are less dependent on global fertilizer and global energy supply chains. In other words, we need more productive and more sustainable food systems. And the last few slides of Professor Santosa give you a rich picture of the menu of technological options. And similarly, Dr. Kwan's presentation showed that there's still an enormous gain to be had through clever application of agricultural research. The only addition I would make to the list of Dr. Santosa, when we think about digital agriculture and precision agriculture, we usually default to thinking about drones and robots and sensors and Wi-Fi in farmers' fields. We need just as much innovation in fintech, in new types of insurance, new types of banking, new marketing systems, new aggregation systems. So very clever use of digital technologies to enable farmers to manage their risk better and to market their product better into ever more differentiated markets. So for me, that's just as important a part of digital agriculture as robots or drones or clever sensors. We know that climate change is just going to make things harder, but we're lucky in Australia in that our country is so hot and so dry and has such old soils that we have a head start in trying to learning how to farm in difficult conditions. And so ACR is about science partnerships between Australia and the region. And often we can both learn and both countries benefit when we work together and get our scientists working together. I represent Australia on the System Council of the CGIAR, and we invest about 25 million Australian dollars a year in that multilateral agricultural research collaboration. In Indonesia, you have C4, the Center for International Forestry Research. And in Mexico, obviously, we have CIMMYT, the International Wheat and Maize Breeding Center. They're just two of the centers of the CGIAR, and that employs about 9,000 scientists around the world, most located in low and middle income countries. So that's one collaboration. We are looking at a CGIAR partnership with ASEAN to tackle many of the issues that we're talking about here today. And recently I took over the presidency from Indonesia of the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases, the GRA. And then we've subsequently now passed that on to Chile. So Indonesia was the chair of the council, followed by Australia and now Chile. And that collaboration on agricultural greenhouse gases looks at ruminant methane in livestock, methane from paddy rice, NOx in cropping systems, and then the integrating measures like accounting systems and measurement systems and so on. And it's for an exchange between researchers. So the reason I mention those is to say that agricultural research is fundamentally an international enterprise. There are very good global collaborations that are happening already. And I think the world is going to have to invest even more in those in future. And from an Australian perspective, we have wonderful bilateral collaboration, especially with our close friends and neighbours in Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Andrew Campbell, for your insights on sustainable agriculture and natural resource management. We have actually come to the end times of our session, but I would like to invite 2 questions from the audience. Are there any questions? We have actually, is there a question? Okay. Yeah, I have a question here on the right wing. And then Mr. Fajar Hirawan on my back. Perhaps you gentlemen, sir.
Actually, my question about the current situation in Ukraine and Russia, and there is millions of tons of wheat, and other type of cereals and oil, and sausage in Odisha ports. So will we say Turkey take a position of negotiation between Ukraine and Russia about Odisha city to free these millions of tons of wheat and oil?
Okay, thank you. So my name is Fajar Hirawan. So I'm one of the faculty members here at the Faculty of Economics and Business, IIU. So I have a question. I think, well, I don't know who's going to answer my question, but like I just want to ask, what is the perspective of the MIKTA countries? Regarding the current issues, I believe that there is an issue of the supply disruptions in the especially in the food sectors, and we know that several countries already banned their grains export or food export. For example, India and several countries in the world. So since we know that it's supposed to be a supply disruption, and I think the food prices will go up. So I don't know what is the a concrete action from the MIKTA in order to at least make sure that we should open that export again, to make sure that the supply of the food sectors or food, the food sector is globally secure. So I think that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fajan. So we have two questions. I think first one is, I think for Professor Kurnaz, perhaps, how would you say the Turkey's position in negotiating a blockade of Odessa port would, because I think Odessa port blockade by Russia is critical in impediment for export of grains from Ukraine to the world. And second question, I will offer to all of the speakers. What is MIKTA's position on supply disruption and the banning of food exports recently by India, and also food prices increase? Is there a concrete proposal for further cooperation? I think I would like to start from the last speaker, Professor Andrew Campbell, and then Professor Santosa, and then Dr. Taek Rion Kwan, and ended with Mr. Juan Bernardo. Professor Andrew Campbell, sir, could we have comments, please?
Well, I'll leave it to our Turkish colleague to talk about the Odessa situation. I'm not sure that MIKTA is the sort of collaboration that takes public positions, and I don't think MIKTA is an advocacy body. But all I'll say about export controls is that research undertaken by the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI, over many years has shown very clearly that export controls ultimately damage food security, and if we can avoid those, then that's much better for everyone in the long term. Notwithstanding that they are very popular within their countries among some people. So I don't have anything further to add to that.
Thank you, Professor Campbell. Professor Santosa? Professor Dwi Andreas Santosa, are you still with us? I don't think he's with us anymore. Dr. Taek Rion Kwan. Dr. Kwan? Perhaps.
Okay, maybe when we solve the instability of food supply, maybe that more production surely will help to rescue that less food the supply. Second one, actually, that when I discussed with my colleague in WTO, actually recently in WTO also announced some actions for less restrictions for food export. Maybe that could be that emergency measure to save that people who need the more food, especially in partner countries who need that the food at this moment. They ask me more R&D as well. In terms, they like to long-term the plans for better productions. So that, but I have just a few points. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwan. Last but not least, perhaps Mr. Juan Bernardo is still with us? No. Okay. Okay, yeah. Professor Kurnas, I'm sorry. Can we have your comments on the question, sir?
First of all, I should tell that I'm a physicist. I don't have anything to do with international relations. But of course, I'm the closest one to the Odessa port at the moment. I'm about 300 kilometers or 400 kilometers from the Odessa port. And all I can say is actually Turkey has been doing its best for the past 3 months or so to find a ground for negotiation between these two countries. We have had, I think, 3 meetings between these two countries in Turkey, which led the way for successful negotiations later. Unfortunately, there are much bigger forces at play than Turkey playing in between these countries. And of course, we would like to have a negotiation for all of the wheat and other staple crops waiting at Odessa port. And also the wheat coming to Turkey is waiting there as well. So we have just one side is, yes, international, but the other side is we have to feed the people in Turkey as well. So we are doing our best, but unfortunately, there are major forces at play in Ukraine and Russia. So that's for me.
All right. Thank you, Professor Kurnas. We have come to the end of our session. I think some of the strong ideas that came up during this very enlightening session is that MIKTA countries are various in terms of their capacity to self-sufficiency of food. We have varying degrees of food self-sufficiency, but we all need to act now in cooperation for strengthening our capability to for food self-sufficiency, especially in technological era, in the technological sector cooperation. For that, can we have a round of applause for all the speakers that have been presented today? Thank you. To Professor Kurnas, Professor Andrew Campbell, Professor Dwi Andreas Santosa, Dr. Kwan, and Mr. Juan Bernardo for all of your bright ideas that you have presented to us today. I'm giving back the event to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you, Dr. Ali Wibowo,
Thank you.
for having a chair for this session. And how a great insight that we got from the expert from MIKTA countries that discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, now please enjoy the performance from MIKTA countries.
형님 깊은 골로 대한 짐승이 내렸다. 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩 핫팔이 넘고 위에 머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 봉화 같은 뒷발로 양기 찌어지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디뿌리 왕모래를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎 쩍 벌리고 허리랑 하는 소리 하나리 무너지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 목으로 움츠리고 가만히 엎젖겄다.
멍 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 송이 깊은 골로 한진생이 내려온다. 누의 머리를 흔들며 양귀 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 얼숭덜숭 꼬리는 잔뜩
we will show you traditional Turkish folk dance from Turkey.
Thank you, friends from around Australia, from around the world, to Jakarta, our DFAT colleagues and friends. We welcome you here to Gadigal land in this place of storytelling. And out of the places that I wanted to perform with this wonderful string quartet on stage was a place of knowledge in a Western scenario, and how all these paintings in here have a story that still lives on in that canvas and in the oils that they use to paint. And the same goes for my elders, my ancestors, and how important oral tradition is to pass on the culture from one generation to the next. And how strong, though, this moment is for us as musicians in this day and age to play, perform together, and to create this new world that we all want to be a part of. We go back to country, we go back to the mother country of where our memory and our reflections lie deep. And the sounds that you'll hear throughout this performance is a reflection of my journey and the journey here with these musicians on stage here tonight, and how important culture and language is to each and every one of us, regardless of whether you're Indigenous to the land or not. We are all from the land, and the song lines run deep within our music, our musical language that we speak here tonight. So a shout out to all the aunties and uncles watching throughout Australia via Facebook and YouTube, and our friends overseas, and I'd like to thank the Australian Embassy in Jakarta for giving us this opportunity to be the living component of these images that we see here behind us, and to show that music is the force of the day.
And now, award-winning composer and didgeridoo artist William Burton at the Library of We will see the folkloric ballet of the University of Colima from...
Con un atento saludo a la International Islamic University of Indonesia y a nuestros amigos de esta gran nación, agradezco la oportunidad de compartir con ustedes este segmento cultural de estampas mexicanas, recreadas en escena por el Ballet Folclórico de la Universidad de Colima. Esta compañía universitaria de danza, fundada hace casi 40 años, reúne a más de un centenar de artistas en un mismo espacio para mostrar un concepto renovado del folclore mexicano. Nuestro ballet folclórico fue nombrado Tesoro del Patrimonio Cultural del Estado de Colima por su papel como embajador de nuestra cultura y su alto sentido de compromiso con la danza. Además, por su desempeño, ha recibido importantes reconocimientos y cálidas ovaciones durante sus múltiples presentaciones en países de todos los continentes en el mundo. Deseo que disfruten esta presentación.
Mexican corridas. The corrida is a song derived from the epic genre of Spanish romance. Its narrative emphasizes machismo and the boastfulness of Valentines, brave and arrogant men, sometimes accompanied by sentimental stories of love or supernatural events in national life. Before the appearance of the mass media, the corrido was the means to inform about events, which when read or sung in the plazas and markets, became a kind of a newspapers and mail. The following corridos covered 3 different stages of Mexican life. El Tecolote de Guadaña, late 19th century. La Zenaida, from 1910 to 1917. And Polino Guerrero, Cristero Rebellion, from 1926 to 1930. El Tecolote de Guadaña, La Zenaida. Choreodrama by Polino Guerrero.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this panel. Thank you to ambassadors and experts from MIKTA countries, Bapak Febrian Alfianto Rudiart, Profesor Komarudin Hidayat, Profesor Jamhari, Bapak Sidik Mulyono, Dr. Philips Vermonte, Dr. Ali Wibisono, and all participants for your attendance. On behalf of Triple IU, I am Elsa Dianita Aulia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.